Testing, testing. Testing, testing, testing. Hello. Test, test. Here I have the stand for my iPad. My iPad. Let's go. Hmm. All right. Let's begin. I'm always fearful that the quality is going to be kind of garbage, but there's only so much I can do about it. What the hell? All right. Hey man, what's up? Kill streak. What is up? I started streaming a little early today because I couldn't go back to sleep. Let's see, what can I draw? I've been practicing a bunch of human skulls and everything. I've been trying to balance engines for anatomy for today. I'll probably draw anatomy. I kind of tired of drawing engines. It's like, have you ever tried drawing guns? Yeah, I used to draw a lot of guns. Like, I used to go into this program called, well, it's actually a game on Steam. It's called World of Guns. And the idea of that game is that you learn about the actual guns and that you're able to disassemble the guns and everything. And I used to play that a lot. I used to draw a lot of guns and really understanding the structure and how they work and what things like. I still do, of course, but I just don't draw guns as often. I'm more focused on human anatomy. But when you stop drawing something for some time, you just forget how to draw it. You forget some details. You forget some of the structure. But the muscle memory is still there. Like if I decide to start drawing guns again, I will remember. Oh, okay, this is how what an MP5 looks like, an AK-47, a Glock 17. But I don't know. I'm just more focused on human anatomy now, especially drawing faces. I find it to be very important because I don't think it is gonna serve you if you know how to draw guns super well, but you don't know how to draw faces super well. Like a bit of plastic here on like the nib of the pen. By the way, it's currently 2 a.m. It is exactly 2 2:28 in the morning, and I just gonna go back to sleep. So I'm gonna try to stay awake the whole time, and I'm also gonna go out and take a little bit of sunlight. When there is sunlight, I'm gonna take a little break, probably read outside a little bit. Just like for like what 20 minutes or something, just for the sake of my, a little bit of my health. I have been worrying a little bit about not getting enough sunlight, especially when I wake up or when the sun rises. I find it to be very very important. Just the arrowhead is so unintuitive. Why is it easier for me to draw fucking skulls than actual like the arrowhead? How do you differentiate between if you're actually learning or just brainlessly copying from your muscle memory? I had to unlearn so many bad habits. I actually have a very good tip for this. You are actually learning and understanding stuff. By the way, you have to understand something. You will understand how to draw something by observing it and taking like mental screenshots. You don't even have to draw it really. If you don't have a piece of a pen and a piece of paper, or you don't have like you're not able to draw, you can still observe things and you can learn. And you're not copying, but you're drawing in your mind. You're understanding that thing. So, how do you know you're actually understanding that thing instead of copying it? Because you take mental notes. You take mental notes about the way the object or the anatomy works in that case. So it's like these mental notes. You will hear me using the term mental notes or mental observations a lot because it is just a way of your brain telling you, "Hey, I'm actually trying to integrate this into my database. These are some like the logs or like the observations that I'm taking out loud. It's basically your brain saying out loud, oh, okay, this is how it works, basically. So if I'm whenever I'm studying skulls, there are some mental notes that I'm taking, like um how the end of the nose here is aligned perfectly aligned with the cheekbone. So it's like, okay, it's perfectly aligned with the cheekbone here. And then right under the eye socket, you have like a little dimple that is also connected to the cheekbone and to like the upper jaw and everything. And you start taking this notes. Oh, okay. And then you have the cheekbone that then the cheekbone kind of looks like a bridge and it gets a little thinner, a little narrower the more it goes the more it follows the ear, and then you have like a hole here where you can stick your hand. All of these random things. You start taking mental observations, and these mental observations are not objective. It's not like, oh yeah, it's perfectly objective, and this is like the like general mental observations that everyone takes. It's just whatever helps you understand the thing better. So, for example, you start even making like analogies, like, oh, the jaw actually looks like a cow catcher or like the eye socket. For example, inside of the eye sockets, you have like a little crease that looks like an arrow pointing towards like the nose. So it's like, oh, okay, it looks like an arrow, and you start to pick up on these things, which are going to help you not only memorize but understand the anatomy of things. I like that you're studying the bones as well. Many don't go that far, but it's super useful for learning how the muscles interact in even proportions. Oh yeah, absolutely. Learning what's actually under the skin and doing this with everything, by the way. Like if you're studying a car engine, it is really useful if you take that apart and look what's under it. If you develop like X-ray, like somebody told me, oh yeah, you have to develop X-ray vision or trying to draw what's under it. But you gotta really understand what's under it. It's not like just guessing. Oh yeah, this that's under this object is. I'm gonna try to guess it. No, you gotta understand what's inside. How do you do that? By looking at references. So you're not copying, but you're looking at as many references as possible because you're trying to understand the thing, and that is the useful thing, right? Otherwise, you're just guessing, yeah, and that's not good. You should not be able to not know what you're doing at any time. It's like you draw a line, and I ask you, why did you draw that line? What does that line mean? And you tell me, oh, I don't know. I just drew it because I it felt right. It felt intuitive. But you have to tell me, oh yeah, this is like the crease that is like the plane that separates the cranium with the jaw, or what whatever the mental observations that you've taken are, and it's that those mental observations are going to help you to visualize that object better, because you think, oh, okay, those are like some sort of anchor points for you to remember those things specifically when you're trying to recall the images. I've been drawing around 7-ish years probably. Focus studies are super important. You know, I actually found out that it doesn't really matter. Like the actual time you've been drawing, it's irrelevant, which is so weird. It's so extreme. But the actual time that, like, you could be drawing for an entire decade, but it's not about your drawing skills. Like there is some point where you're so good at perspective and things where the amount of time that you've been drawing doesn't really matter. What matters now when you reach a certain point is the amount of time that you've been observing things and that you've been studying things. So you reach a point where it's no longer your drawing skills that you have to keep improving. So, for example, my drawing skills right now are good enough. I don't have to keep necessarily improving them because I'm already good. And by this, like, I don't mean to, call myself, oh, yeah, I'm perfect. I'm a god. No, of course not. But when I say my drawing skills, I refer to specifically perspective. I already know perspective. I don't have to keep practicing that. But I have to keep observing things. And that's what's going to take you a lifetime. So if you're not observing things, you're wasting your time basically, because that is what's going to give you the mileage. Because you reach a certain point where it's like, okay, I'm already good at perspective, but you plateau. It's like I don't know how to improve anymore any longer, like at this from this point, because we think that the improvement is now, like it's still, we have to improve our drawing somehow, but it's not our drawings, it's our visual library that we have to keep improving. So most of the time you should be spent just looking at references, which it's what I'm actually going to do right now. I'm going to go on Sketchfab. Sketchfab is this website, this 3D website where you have basically everything. You have, imagine any object that you can think of, you can look it up here in this website and you can rotate it in 3D space, which is amazing for understanding things. Again, it's not a matter of copying things. Copying lines and things, that's not going to help you if you because you're doing it mindlessly. But it's understanding how that thing works, seeing what's underneath the parts, and knowing why they're there, that will give you the true. And you reach a point where you say, okay, I already looked at a human skull 100 times, and I know what it looks like. Okay, keep doing that. Even if you looked at it 100 times, you will always keep finding more and more details that you can remember. There are like consistent things, like some smaller planes or smaller details, and that's how you master drawing something. When you fully, like, when you, even when you're amazing at drawing something, you keep observing it and finding other random things. And you probably don't have to do that with everything, but it's not gonna hurt you either. If you want to be particularly good at drawing something specifical, that's what you the way you practice it. So right now I'm looking at references. This is why I'm not currently drawing. Especially the human body is particularly hard. Like to learn how to draw a car engine, it might take you a few days, but the human body is way more complex. It is just that hard. So that's why I'm prioritizing it. Um, I'm saving the easy part for last, which is memorizing. I don't know the way like mechanical stuff and how they work, but when it comes to the human body and more organic things, that's more complicated. I guess I'm just gonna keep drawing human skulls. And here, this is why it's so powerful, by the way, because when you know so much about something, then there are so many mistakes that you can make, and it's going to be so easy for you to identify these mistakes that you are rarely going to make them. Like you draw a human skull and it looks off, it looks bad. Why? What did you fuck up? You're like, okay, this should be this way, because you observed it so much that there is no room for mistakes anymore. This is why if you only copy something, it's pointless. It's gonna be pointless. Yo, what's up, ape? Some late night drawing, we grind, we rise. Yes, I actually fell asleep on the evening and I woke up at like 10, 11 p.m. and I couldn't go back to sleep. So I'm here streaming. Hmm, I can appreciate you keeping things simple and visualizing things first in your head. I struggle with this a lot. Being honest with you, I'm struggling. I always struggle with visualizing things or taking the time to visualize things in my mind first, which is something I should prioritize more. Honestly, I fuck up this a lot because I forget and because it's kind of boring. To be honest, requires you to have a lot of patience. Patience, but it is something that I try doing. I actually set the goal of before drawing something. I'm always like putting on a timer, like 2 minutes, taking 2 minutes before drawing something to close my eyes and imagine what I'm gonna draw before I do it. Drawing only is drawing only what is necessary rather than measuring everything out like a lot of artists tend to do. What do you mean measuring? Like I don't understand the two. Like drawing only what's necessary rather than measuring everything out. Like I mean, you can draw something with a lot of detail, and that is just like okay, I know this so well that I can draw with like as much detail as I want. I can draw this skull with so much detail because I can do whatever I want. I'm already so good. Fear, I am on the spectrum of an aphantasia, so I suck at visualizing things. Probably I have that thing too, but I don't want to use it as an excuse again. I want to think that everything that I can do to improve at visualizing things is in my control. Also, by measuring, I mean the proportions using guidelines with hundreds of markers. Oh yeah, you mean doing a lot of sketches and guidelines? I personally don't like doing that at all. I find it so boring. Like I use perspective guidelines, but I use the perspective guidelines of the lines that I already draw. It's a little bit hard to explain, but I'm always using perspective guidelines, but I use them in my mind. I visualize them. For proportions, well, for proportions, I don't really use guidelines, but I use like these observations that I'm taking. Like, okay, I know that the cheekbone is going to be the same height as the nose. So I'm drawing it like that. Perspective guidelines, like you say, are important to accuracy. Yeah, but the perspective guidelines you already like if you're drawing a box, for example, these are your guidelines. This you already have the guidelines that you're gonna use. You already have them here. So if I want to draw something like in the same perspective, I'm already using these guidelines here. You will always have guidelines when it comes to perspective. You don't have to draw them all the time because they will always be visible. I just wanted to quickly say that I absolutely love your videos. Thank you, man. Genuinely improve so much because of them, especially the one about improving your lines. Yeah, that's really nice. I'm very happy to hear that because I wanted to make the switch to drawing videos and perspective and everything because I don't know, I stopped painting as much and I was getting more into actual drawing, so I decided to change the content of the channel a little bit. And I'm very happy like people are getting something out of this because I was very insecure at first about making drawing videos. Painting videos not so much really, but drawing videos is like it was more complicated mentally, more complicated to me because I was never really that good at drawing. Because for a long time, for the longest time, I have been just copying things without really knowing what to do. So I was feeling always very insecure. Man, my painting skills are okay, but my drawing skills are just lagging a lot, and I don't know what to do. And I eventually figured it out, and I was like, okay, I need to share this with other people. This information is so valuable for me not to share it with other people. I always have part of improving a drawing something is being honest with your weaknesses. So it's like, okay, I'm not very good at drawing like the lower jaw. That's something that you gotta prioritize then. Because, well, in my case, I do struggle a bit to draw the lower jaw. It's a little tricky. But improving at this thing is really fast. Like improving at drawing something in particular is not. It doesn't take a lot of time, as long as you're honest with yourself and you say, okay, I'm struggling to draw this thing. Um, Still haven't completely figured it out, but I can say that your videos are definitely helping me through the process. Yeah, great. I don't want to say that I figured it out entirely either, but I'm not clueless. I'm not clueless on what to do personally. Like I know exactly what to do to improve, and I kind of figure it out. It's like okay, it's not hard. It takes time. It's not like okay, I figure it out now. I'm automatically good because it takes a lot of time, but it's not intimidating anymore. It's not confusing. It's like, okay, I know what to do now. Now all that I have to do is wait. It's kind of like it's kind of like going to the gym. The first months of going to the gym is figuring out things, figuring out how things work and everything. But you get to a point where like you have the realization, okay, I'm already good at going to the gym and exercising and building muscle. All I have to do, all that's left to do now to get the results that I want is to keep doing what I'm doing and just wait for 1 decade or two, and I'll get the physique that I want. In this case, I have to wait for 1 decade of two to get the results that I want in terms of my art skills and everything. Do not eat hamburgers in your dream. Hmm. I don't think I've ever done that. Yeah, my motto to beginners is to always start with the boring stuff. If you focus on what you aren't good at, focus studies, as I call them, then you improve really fast. Yeah, your goals will always continue to grow. Oh shit. I mean, I always see this as a video game in some way. Learning drawing as a video game, like things like perspective, for example. I think it's like going through the tutorial. Imagine you find a beginner on like Call of Duty or X video game. It doesn't matter, and they tell you, "Oh, I want to be the best player at this game. I want to be super good." But that person is not willing to go through the tutorial because that's kind of boring. I'm not gonna do that. I'm just gonna play and learn intuitively, and I'm not gonna learn the controllers. I'm not gonna watch any tutorials or I'm not gonna go through the actual tutorial. Right? I'm not gonna learn to play the game. What do you expect then? I mean, you may find it boring to go through the tutorial part of things and to learn how to move across the map and how to like learn the movement and everything, the controllers. You may find that boring or not, but it's what you gotta do, if you want to become good. That's the first thing that you gotta learn before you can start leveling up the guns and the camouflages and do the actual grind. Because this, what I'm currently doing here, is not gonna serve like an artist, a beginner artist, the grind that I'm currently doing, because they should focus on learning the controllers first. Would be learning perspective. Yo, I just quit learning. I just quit playing video games. I realized I actually want to level up in life instead, not just drawing. Yeah, like life becomes a video game. You realize how we all have this burning desire to grow, just like all living things. We want to grow, and we start seeking healthier ways of growing. Like, I don't know, going to the gym is a good one, or playing a sport, drawing, doing some other things, leveling up your social skills, leveling up your habits, leveling up your online business, whatever. Yeah, I think the hardest part is not to give up because you don't see results anymore. Like I work out myself and I got good gains in the beginning, then you slow down. I think it's kind of the same as art. To be honest, when it comes to drawing, you will always keep improving. Like you should not feel like you've plateaued or anything. Like you should always see tangible improvement. If you don't see tangible improvement every day, you're doing something wrong. You're not studying properly. You're not learning enough, like as much as you should about things, about the world. I always fuck up the lower jaw. I mean, should be something like this, right? Damn it. I always forget the teeth. I fucking hate drawing the teeth on like skulls. It's too boring. It's like this looks so bad. Anyways, it's good that you identify your fuck up. So and it's like okay, I know. I at least once I identify what I'm not particularly good at drawing, what I am having issues with. Now there's so many mistakes I can do. There's only so many things I can fuck up because I studied this so much. Then and now I don't have any other. The only outcome now is to get better at this. Yeah, in a way, life is the video game. We just don't see our progress. There, no like XP bar or anything. I mean, this is my XP bar, like, or at least it's in my mind. I know I can recall things better, and I can um, gauge my progress by the what's in my mind and the way my drawings improve every day. By the way, it's completely off topic, but you have Twitch. I actually don't have Twitch. I only stream on YouTube. I only stream on YouTube because it's the platform that I personally use. And I don't know how to stream on both platforms simultaneously. My computer is not good enough for that, I think. How often do you get questioned about AI? What do you mean that people think my drawings are AI generated or something? Like I've gotten people in the past who were accusing me of AI or like my paintings being AI generated. My paintings, not my drawings. That my paintings look like AI or something, and I was like, Jesus Christ, that's so annoying. I'm honestly kind of sick of drawing skulls. Like my idea with drawing human skulls is that that would be my sketch. That would be my guidelines, and I would just keep drawing the facial features on top, so it would be easier. I'm gonna just keep doing that. I'm always having a bunch of references. Again, not for copying, but for comparing my knowledge to those references. Those are references like anatomy that I know for a fact are accurate. And what I'm doing is comparing my knowledge to the reference. So I'm like, oh, I thought this was like this. I thought the ear was further away or something, or I thought this was a little bit. You just start to kind of compare in your mind. In a way, like past drawings can be a reminder of how much you improved. That can be an XP bar. Yeah, that's true. AI could never recreate such masterpiece. Number one glazer. I think AI. This is what people ignore. People say, "Oh, AI will replace all artists," but people are not going to stop drawing and learning how to create art. Like that's not something that's going to suddenly stop existing. Even if AI, becomes super good, and it is going to become super good, unfortunately, people are still going to want to create art and draw. Like it's like a human need at this point to have some sort of yeah, some sort of creative hobby. AI should be used for productive stuff, not creativity. Yeah, today I used AI. Like I'm shitting you not. This is completely real. I'm not the type of person who uses AI for anything. ChatGPT. I rarely use that. And if I'm using it, I'm using it because I couldn't find any answer of a specific question on the internet. So I don't know. Like the other day, I was looking at how to disable incognito mode on my browser through the window registry, and I couldn't find anything on the internet. So I ended up asking ChatGPT, and it actually gave me an answer. And I was using it today to cook some hard-boiled eggs, to literally to boil some eggs because my eggs were also really terrible. I didn't know how to boil eggs properly. And so I asked ChatGPT, hey, give me the most autistic, detailed guide on how to boil eggs. And you know what? Those were the best fucking boiled eggs that I ate in my entire life. 10 out of 10. So yeah, that is the use that we should start giving AI, or we should handicap it or restrict it in some way to like the average person, because otherwise it's just gonna be used for evil and to scam people and everything. Why do you need to disable incognito mode? Just for some stuff. Like I was blocking a bunch of like I had to restart my Windows. I had to reinstall Windows, and I had to set up my computer and everything. And I thought, man, I'm just gonna disable this. By productive stuff, I mean making tedious tasks more efficiently. I mean, people are still going to abuse this, and people are going to become retarded. Asking everything, ChatGPT about everything, and just being kind of stupid. Yeah. And you know what? I'm gonna be honest with you. AI is surprisingly becoming better at creating art, which is something I hate to say, but it is actually becoming better at creating art and creating realistic looking images, which I'm having and is being used for a lot of scams and catfishing that actually look concerningly believable and realistic, which is actually ridiculous. And I'm very worried because we're just getting started. Unfortunately, it's gonna get worse. It's not gonna get any better unless they ban AI. I think we're gonna be having some restrictions on. Well, I hope that AI gets restricted in some way to the average person. Otherwise, it's just gonna be a clusterfuck. Well, it already is, but it's just gonna get worse. I feel like AI would be a great thing if it wouldn't be that overused. A lot of people barely think by themselves anymore. Yeah, my mom is just like that. She always uses ChatGPT for everything. And it's like the people who you can tell when someone uses ChatGPT for like their business and Jesus Christ. I was browsing some art courses online, and I found this YouTuber. Of course, I'm not gonna name him, but I found this YouTuber who does like clickbait art, like drawing videos, which he kind of tries to make them useful, and he's like really into drawing, and he has a course. He has like a school community, which is like a community that you can buy, and you have video classes. And I realized that when I clicked on the community, because I was curious. I wanted to see how other people's gonna monetize art and teaching online. And this guy made the whole thing with AI. Like the cover of like each module of the course was made with AI, and it was just random shit that didn't make any sense. It was just gibberish. And I'm like, Jesus Christ, bro, you're literally teaching people how to draw, and the drawings that you put on like the cover of your module are made by AI. Are you kidding me? Like, how isn't that insulting? And the description, you can just tell it was made by AI with so many fucking emojis and like a super, it's just cringe, honestly. And it's just disappointing to see so many people relying on AI, like using it in bad faith. I think it's gonna get so worse, like so much worse, that we're going to just reject it. Like there's going to be like a huge movement against this shit. because that's what happens when things reach like a certain point where the shit hits the fan. And kind of like what's happening with social media. I think we haven't reached that point yet with social media, but social media started to become super addictive, and we started seeing a lot of movements against social media. And get off dopamine, get off your phone, do like a dopamine detox, improve your life, do get sunlight, go do some exercise, improve your habits. We're starting to see a lot of these because the world is so rotten currently that the current state of the world is just damn. It is quite concerning. There is a reaction YouTuber I follow on Patreon, and all their announcements and messages are written with AI and so off-putting to me. Why do you follow a reaction YouTuber in the first place? That is like the lowest level of being a YouTuber. Is like reacting to something. Yep, yep, yep. Oh yeah, yeah, that guy. It's so brain dead. Personally, I think that's so dumb. I personally stopped watching YouTube altogether. Like, I only watch YouTube for consuming like art content and some long art drawing classes, and like I only watch like two people basically, and I only use YouTube because this is my job. Basically, I'm uploading videos and doing these live streams. I really hate modern social media. Everything is just so addicting. Yeah. I was flabbergasted. I was actually kind of repulsed when I got into Instagram. I logged into Instagram after months because I'm starting to upload to post reels on Instagram, not consume it. I don't. I used to watch a lot of reels, but I'm not watching reels anymore. I'm not addicted to that anymore. But when I clicked on the app and I started like scrolling on my feed, because I have a curated Instagram feed. I only follow art accounts. I don't have any recommended nonsense and the algorithms and everything. But now you don't have your feed anymore, your curated feed anymore. Now it's just scrolling and reels. Literally, the first post that you get, your entire feed now is just reels. You don't have your feed anymore with still images. Now everything is just videos. It has quite literally become TikTok now. There's no images anymore. Like, I mean, of course, I guess you can find a way of turning that off, but it is just annoying and I hate it. I could have understood if this guy would taught people something like how to raise rabbits or WTV. I don't know what that is. But when your shit is literally about art, you should not be using AI. Yeah, yeah, it's honestly a bit outrageous. People who try to sell you the easy solution when they haven't even figured things out by themselves. I mean, to be fair, there are other YouTubers with good React content and not just adding nothing on the video. Probably, but I still think it's a waste of time. And I think I still whenever I find myself watching any of those videos, I just hate myself, and I'm like, man, I always end up just scrolling, um, and watching more and more, wanting more and more and more stimulation. So I'm still trying to fix my dopamine. If I was doing this 12-hour drawing session just by myself, I wouldn't be able to not get distracted. I would just be, I don't know, my attention uh, would be shifting a lot. I'm mostly concerned about the bar lowering of what is seen as art or good, since everyone can make slop now. It's really concerning how many people are not aware when something is AI. It is, personally, I think it's getting worse. We reached the point where I can't even tell anymore if something is AI. Like most of the time I can, but you can have AI that is so convincing that it's Jesus Christ. It's actually really scary. I'm an illustrator. One of my freaking frequent clients asked if it was okay if they use AI to make art in my style and use it for free. I mean, at least they asked for permission, I guess. And that's the thing. What are you gonna do if he ends up doing anyways? He ends up doing that anyways. It fucking sucks, really. But I mean, I don't feel affected or too affected by that because I'm still making art and I'm still feeling good about it. Sometimes I gotta double check to be sure it's not AI. To be honest, that's kind of sad. I end up doubting my fellow artists. No, it is actually justified. I was on, I was scrolling on Reddit a few days ago. I don't usually scroll on Reddit, but I was looking at some. I was just looking up something, and I ended up stumbling upon like you know, 50% of Reddit is like porn, and there was like a model. It was just like a random girl, and she was just posting pictures of her face and like promoting their OnlyFans or something. And she had like a very specific skin condition, like that is very like her skin was all like stained. She had a vitiligo, I think is the condition, and I thought, okay, this would be very hard to like fake using AI, right? Because you have specific patterns and on your like your skin and everything, and it's very obvious if you are using AI if you're faking it. And turned out that it was in fact AI, and I was like, Jesus, I looked at a lot of the pictures here, and the people were saying, yeah, man, what the fuck, this is AI. No, it's not. Yeah, yeah. And I was actually very concerned because I couldn't tell at first, and it took me a long time to like spot some inconsistencies and like, oh, okay, this tattoo kind of changed in this photo a little bit, so it's not consistent. If women show skin, use it as drawing references. I'm actually, I don't know if I'm the only one, but a lot of the times I'm having issues finding good references. Like when I'm studying anatomy, it's like I want to find some references, but at the same time, I don't want to. It's kind of hard to find references of like naked people without finding actual porn and like having a nice balance, because I don't like there's this website called Daily Sketch or something where you have like poses and naked people naturally. But I personally don't like too much like the lighting setup and everything because it's like too professional and fake, and it doesn't feel quite natural. But at the same time, trying to dig too much into that is just a little annoying in general. Have you ever been to live drawing classes? No, not really. There's none here in my town, in my city, unfortunately. I would love to, because again, it's just like the same thing on Pinterest. Even Pinterest, I fucking hate using Pinterest because if I'm looking at if I'm looking for like a certain, I'm looking pictures of girls or something, it's so easy to find near like borderline porn on that website because and a lot of AI slop. It's actually so bad. I was on Pinterest the other day and I turned off the AI. Pinterest just got like an AI filter or like an AI setting that you can turn off so it doesn't show you any AI slop anymore. I literally turned it off, and half of the pictures that it was showing me were still AI generated. So it's like, why the fuck is there the option in the first place if you're still gonna show me AI slop? And why did you ban my account for saving a random picture? But at the same time, the app is so like the website is so fucked that you are showing me literal porn. It is ridiculous because yeah, my Pinterest account got banned like a year ago because if you save something that eventually gets reported, even if it's not something that against the TOS, your account will get banned. You will get like warnings and everything, and it's really annoying. I think it's gonna be hard to moderate or manage what's AI or not anymore. No, that's bullshit because it was still showing me the AI generated tag under the photos, even though I had that disabled. So they absolutely knew it was AI. And seemingly for some reason, the AI tag under the photos is not does not apply for videos, so you still get AI slop anyways. R R34 anti AI slop works better than the Pinterest anti AI slop. I cannot confirm nor deny this information, but yeah, Pinterest is actually really bad. Especially when you're trying to find, because I was trying to find some sci-fi robotic stuff. It was all AI. It was like 80% of it was AI. It was just crazy. Even after I turned off the fucking filter, right? So it was just ridiculous. I guess it's 3:30 a.m. right now. You will see the sun rising on my window, so when it's a little bit brighter, I'm gonna go outside and take a little break, just to get some sunlight because I don't want to be here sat on my room, sat in my bedroom in my desk for so long and not do some actual healthy habits, like drinking water, going outside, and actually, yeah, yeah, that early. I wanted to start even earlier, but I was just doing some other stuff. I was having dinner and everything, which is, kind of I don't know. My sleeping schedule is just pretty weird because today I woke up at 10 p.m. I went to like I fell asleep at around 6 or 5, and I woke up at 10 p.m. and I couldn't go back to sleep, so I went about my day from that point. So I got some. That's when I started. Like I asked ChatGPT how to cook how to boil the eggs because I genuinely didn't know. I'm really bad at cooking eggs. So yeah. What time do you sleep? I sleep at like I'm supposed to go to sleep at around 8 or 7 p.m. so I can wake up at 3 a.m. and actually go to sleep. Like have some rest. I'm not sleep deprived. Nighttime is so goated compared to daytime. Yeah, I mean, I just like drawing first thing in the morning. I just like doing that. Like, I would probably just go out and get some sunlight first thing in the morning. That would be the healthy thing. But if I'm waking up so early, there is no fucking sunlight. There is no sunlight, and whatever. I don't know what would be like a healthier morning routine. Probably meditation. Do you guys meditate? What I don't do is eating any sort of food. I don't eat in the morning. I don't eat anything. I do fasting for most of the day. 8:30 8:30 a.m. here. Storm woke me early. Hi Aurora, what's up? I used to, now I don't. Meditation is good. I'm trying to find like or I'm trying to think of a way that it can be helpful for drawing specifically. Maybe for visualizing things. No, I mean that I don't think that would be the point of meditation. But I guess for just staying focused in general. I mean, personally, I do meditate when I'm awake, and like right now I'm meditating. It doesn't look like I'm meditating, but I'm very present. The idea of meditation, by the way, is that you are present. Have you talked to someone and that person seems to be like thinking about some bullshit or doing some like thinking about something else while you talk to them, and you're like, man, this person is like not paying attention. They're like not there. There's no one there. There's no one in the house. That is what meditation does for you. It turns you into a more present person. And when you talk to someone like me, you will realize, okay, this person is actually really present. You can feel the energy of the person, and you can sense that I don't have any random thoughts in my mind right now. So this is the way that I just meditate by, or like this is the point of meditation, at least, to be present in your waking hours when you are going about your life, talking to people and doing stuff. My mother does it a lot, but I personally never did. Yeah, my mother also meditates a lot. She's very spiritual, and she, I think she used to meditate for hours after waking up, like first thing in the morning. And yeah, it's also to help you stay focused. You know, the opposite of meditation, or may I say, yeah, the opposite of meditation is scrolling. Scrolling on TikTok, scrolling on Instagram Reels was personally what I used. A few weeks ago, it was YouTube. Like I stumble upon like a short, and I spent the whole night just scrolling on my computer, and I was like, holy fuck, why is this so addictive? And that ruins your attention span. That turns you into a fucking idiot, basically. So you don't, you're not present anymore. But when you meditate, that is the opposite. That is like healing. That is the opposite of scrolling. Basically, you're healing your brain while you do that. You're healing your attention span. Nice here. I like how you simplified it. I used to have a lot of issues with hair. It used to give me a lot of headaches. But once you start to see it as a 3D shape, like everything else, it becomes a lot easier. It's almost like visualizing the hair as a helmet. It helps a lot. I actually gotta go. It's super fun speaking with you. I'll maybe come back later if you're still streaming. Bro, I'm gonna be streaming for the following 10, 11 hours. So, yep, come back whenever you want. Have some fun. Alright, then I'll surely come back then. Yeah, sure. I won't go nowhere. Except if I'm getting sunlight, then I'll probably take a little break. See me in a while. Jesus. I hope you guys can't hear the noise. It's really annoying. Can you draw an AK-47? I don't. Uh, I can try. I used to draw a lot of guns, but I probably end up messing it up a little bit. But yes, I will try to draw one. This fucking dog's won't shut up. Jesus Christ. Hi, bro. I knew. I am new. Are you new? Welcome, bro. Welcome, Shazu. Okay, I'm gonna try to draw the AK-47. Don't expect anything good. I'll try my best to recall what it looks like. Wait. I'm actually gonna. I know this is just boring as fuck, but I'm gonna take a few minutes to visualize it before I draw it. I know this isn't very exciting, but It's the just the thing that I have been neglecting the most, so I might as well do it. Okay, 2 minutes, 1 minute. Like the reason why I established, like I came up with the 2 minutes specifically, is because you usually take a minute to at least think what you're gonna draw, and then another minute to visualize it fully. I think it's enough, but yeah, it also trains your attention span. Let's do it. I'm calling it the Darth Luigi technique. Let's see. I'm gonna draw like the silhouette first. Do you remember the? Damn it. I know the handle of the AK-47 is a little boxy at the top. Crap, this is bad. Wait. Yeah, this is the Darth Luigi method. What language is that? What the fuck? It's Thai. I have a lot of Thai followers for some reason from Thailand. Oh Jesus, this is a wonky looking AK-47, isn't it? I swear, the muscle memory kicks in. I just need to look at an actual reference once, and I promise I'm just going to remember. Only once I need to look at a reference. Among Us language. You're so sexy. Yeah, and I'm not even shirtless today. Got a feeling there are a bunch of Aslans here. Athreland here. Anyways, this is my take on the AK-47. It is kind of uh, I fucked up. I fucked this up so bad, so horribly. Jesus Christ! Everything about this sucks. Never mind the proportions are shit. I'm gonna look up. I'm gonna keep drawing guns, but I'm gonna look up some references because it's been a while since I look at an AK-47. Now the perspective is horrible here, but I'm so ashamed of this. I'm sorry. I'm gonna delete my channel today. Give me 1 second. Okay. Okay. Take shirt off. Um, I'm always recording. I mean, I usually record these live streams without a shirt on, just because it's really hot and I don't want to have to turn the fan on. I don't want to turn on the fan because it's gonna make a bunch of noise. You know, this first on the first one, I actually didn't fuck up that badly. Kind of. Oh my god, your chest is so sexy. Jesus Christ. Well, at least I know if I don't make it as an artist, I can just do OnlyFans. Imagine. Right now, I'm drawing from a reference. I'm not directly copying, but I'm drawing from a reference just for the sake of internalizing the proportions. And I'm drawing it in this very flat perspective, like eye level. I mean, just again, just for me to internalize the proportions a little bit. Okay, I made this too long. Have you done the 100 head challenge? Um, yeah. I mean, I've definitely drawn more than 100 heads. Jesus. Thanks, man. It looks great. Now I'm requesting you to draw Jesus Christ with a ripped body. Only if you want. I'll probably just draw bodies in a little later. I wanna practice faces more first because that's just what I have been having more trouble with. Just faces. Jesus, it's really hot. Hi, Divi. What's up? I'm doing great. The cranium is kind of small, I guess. What about now? I'm just kidding. No, yeah, you're right. I fucked up. The way that the way that I measure that, like the proportions of the cranium, for example, is by the. I honestly don't even know like the name of this like plane here, like the cranium, like this whole like circle that you have on the side of the head here. See, so this is my sketch. I draw the cranium first. I draw the skull, and then I draw the rest of the face. I already kind of ran out of space here. Hey, what's up, Daysorelite? Hmm. 12 hours of drawing is crazy, by the way. Any particular reason why you're drawing so much? Because I like it, and I don't have anything else to do that is as like there's nothing else in my life that is as fulfilling as drawing. So that's what I do. I'm always obsessing over this, so yeah, I think it's really fun. I just like it that much. I think he made a video on why he does it. Yes, I kind of went over that. David Goggins' mindset, except he loves what he does. That's true, by the way. I mean, I personally don't like David Goggins too much because, well, of course I like it, but it's this mindset of I don't enjoy doing anything and I just do it because it has to be done. And it's like, okay, fair enough, it's important to be disciplined. But what about actually enjoying things? Like, not, it's not about everything just being. just everything sucks. You know, everything sucks. You have to just do the work, and that's it. You're not allowed to enjoy any second of it. I don't think that's healthy either. Like that can lead you to a very unhappy life if you don't have any purposeful thing that can actually motivate you. Because discipline is important, but holy shit, it's really fun and really really nice. It feels really nice to be motivated to actually do the work. Just depends of what you want out of life, I guess. I think the main message is just to do something whether you like it or not. You don't have to hate it or love it, it but just do it regardless of how you feel. No, yeah, absolutely. I As much as I like doing, recording this the streams and actually drawing for hours, I understand that there is a factor of discipline that has to be taken care of, in order for this to be achieved, especially such a great endeavor like this. Drawing for this long takes such an immense level of organization that requires a lot of discipline to pull off. So you know, for example, if I go to sleep super late because I spent the night just watching some random bullshit or scrolling on shorts, I'm gonna wake up late the next day, or I'm not gonna be able to sleep enough. So I'm gonna be sleep deprived when I want to wake up and draw or do whatever whatever I propose to do the next day. So everything matters, even though it's smaller, especially the smaller actions need to matter a lot. Give me a second, guys. I'm going to restart the this program. Just a second, guys. That's kind of why I like art. I love recreating things, but you need discipline for it, and art helps build that discipline. But one, you has to start somewhere and try to be consistent too. Yeah. But I personally reached a point where it's like I know what to do. I just need to be consistent. I always compare it to playing Call of Duty and grinding like the camouflages, leveling up the guns and everything. It's like, okay, you already know how to play Call of Duty, you're already good, and your objective is to unlock all the guns and all the camouflages. What do you need to do? You need to grind. And that part can feel, even for a gamer who is addicted to playing that game and who really likes it, it may still feel like kind of boring, but it's still like a very important part that just like I'm just gonna carry on. I'm gonna keep doing it. But since we're doing something that is less stimulating, it's more important to have the discipline, not only to I think the discipline in this case is not to force yourself to draw, but it's just to get rid of all the random bullshit that's making drawing more difficult. That makes drawing more boring in general. Time organization is such a life hack. I started to keep a notebook so before going to bed I organize my day before. Yeah, that's true. The best morning routine starts before the night before. The reason why I quit video games, it's hard to be disciplined when there's a part of your mind that thinks about pointless things like what item to build, what character I want to play next. Yeah, that's what it is. It's the same thing basically. Yeah. But my main concern, wait, is it still lagging? It's not running super smoothly, is it? Whatever. The main thing why I think video games are so pernicious if you have a goal like this is because video games and social media and all of this hyper stimulating crap is going to make things much more boring and much more unnecessarily hard. When you have so much stimulation and you start to do the non-stimulating habits like drawing or reading a book or meditation or going outside, they're going to feel harder and it's going to feel more friction. You're going to feel more friction to do those habits because your source of dopamine is already more accessible. You have the biggest source of dopamine right here. And let me tell you something. I don't use my phone anymore. I'm personally not addicted to my phone anymore because I really focus on uninstalling everything that was potentially addictive and blocking everything, blocking all social media, blocking all all of that random crap because it's just a distraction. If I'm gonna have a phone, I don't want it to be distracting me. I don't want like I even disable the notifications. So if somebody can text me right now, and my phone is not going to turn on suddenly and get me distracted. That is insane. That people do that people allow that to um, drain their attention and energy. Now social media is even worse than video games. Yeah, that's true. It's personally, in my opinion, it's personally worse than video games because when you're playing video games, at the very fucking least, you are having fun. At the very least, you're having fun, especially if you do it every now and then. I'm gonna be honest with you. Every 6 months, I will play some random video game, and I used to be very addictive, bro. Video games used to be my life since I was like a single digit age. They used to be my life. I used to have all my friends in video games. I used to grind all, level up all the video games and everything. And that used to be my life. I used to optimize my life for playing video games and just hanging out with my friends online. And nowadays, I will still have the urge to play some random video game every now and then. So every 6 months, I will play video games for a while. Then I would get bored. At this point, I can't even enjoy video games honestly because I will always think, man, I need to be doing something productive. I need to be drawing. I could be drawing right now, but I'm not doing it. So what's the point if I don't even enjoy it anymore? My brain is not allowing me to enjoy it. But again, comparing it to social media, at the very least, you're having some fun. At the very least, you are interacting with people and you're not doing this shit by yourself. Because when you're scrolling on social media, you're not enjoying it any second of it. You are hating yourself. You're watching slop and it's not even like fun. It's not even even for like stimulation. It's very mediocre. You're just doing it for the sake of wasting time. You hate yourself. Like there's no point on scrolling anymore. Wage war against these fucking algorithms. I get it if it's for the purpose of art and consuming and being inspired specifically for art, but more often than not, it's mostly slop and useless content. I don't really hate video games fully because there is art and story in it. I mean, I just don't want people to cope and to say, "Oh, bro, I actually play 7 hours of Call of Duty for inspiration." Because people like to say this shit. Oh, I actually play video games for inspiration. I didn't used to play video games for inspiration because I knew I was just wasting time because it was stimulating, it was addictive. No one's fucking playing video games for inspiration. They can be artistic, they can be a good like way of like this developers and artists to like um, create a story just like a movie, right? Movies are a waste of time, but I'm not saying that movies can't be artistic or have some like be good at all. I'm not saying all movies are slop or anything. And doing those things every now and then can be good, especially if you're doing it with other people. But social media is just completely shit. That's like saying I watch porn to learn anatomy. Yeah. Yeah, people just like coping, bro. I just described how did you get good at drawing. Bro, if you really want to improve, I really suggest you watch the last video I posted. In the last video I posted, I made like a full presentation, really breaking down how I learned to draw and everything. Even for inspiration, I think social media is not even worth it Because again, as I told you, I had a curated Instagram feed. I still do. Like the only reason why I still have an Instagram account is because because of the channel, because I still post every now and then on my Instagram, but also because I follow a bunch of art accounts. I literally only follow art accounts. I don't follow any meme account or any shit posting account. All of that crap that can be very funny, but there's a reason why I don't do that. So I only follow art accounts strictly. So my experience with Instagram is very different than the average person. I go on Instagram on my computer. I spend maybe like 5 minutes on Instagram and then I leave. Even because I also blocked the Instagram reel section in my computer. But when I have like recently I downloaded Instagram on my iPad because I wanted to start posting reels and everything just for the sake of getting more traffic, more people actually knowing because I wouldn't like to be like a full-time Instagram content creator and post reels and stories and everything. I personally don't like using Instagram too much, especially because the type of people who consume fucking reels are a little bit brain rotted. YouTube, not so much. Like they have a bit of a longer attention span, especially the people who watch live streams and this type of long videos like the ones I post. But you know, Instagram people are a little bit more. So I'm starting to post more reels on Instagram. That's the goal, at least. And I'm trying my hardest to not scroll. What I did was actually resetting my feed on Instagram, so the type of videos that I get recommended are dog shit. They're nothing that interests me at all. So it's like, okay, I'm not watching this. It's not worth it. It's not worth the time investment to watch reels anymore. Yeah, YouTube and like everything else, I don't think it's fully bad. It's just feel mostly bad. Even on YouTube, it's really hard to find content creators that give some actual advice and not are not doing like the videos for clicks and with this the Mr. Beast type of editing on art tutorials. Like, why would you do that? I'm learning. I'm trying to learn art. I'm not trying to entertain myself. So it's like, are you an entertainment YouTuber or are you an educational content creator? Which one are you? Because if you are trying to teach me and educate me and your audience, don't fucking use this Mr. Beast type of editing and um, the top ways to improve your art instantly or some bullshit. These thumbnails and this whoa, this flash everywhere, like these transitions every 3 seconds and these sound effects. That is so annoying when you're actually when you're the type of person who actually wants to learn something and wants to get valuable content. Because to be honest, if you click on an art tutorial and the first thing that you notice is this Mr. Beast type of editing, you're not gonna expect to get some actual value out of that video, right? This is why I try my best to not fall into this shit, and the type of videos that I post is just long presentations of me talking, giving you the actual not bullshit advice. Because I'm not gonna be like, oh yeah, guys, make sure to smash the like button and subscribe, and yeah, don't forget to, bro, fuck you. I don't. I'm genuinely tired of seeing so many videos like that anymore. I don't even watch YouTube anymore at this point. I mean, I can't blame them. That's where they get the bread, and it's just sad though. I mean, It's still kind of shitty. I still don't justify it. It's like the people who use AI to scam other people, and it's like, oh yeah, that's how they get their money. Yeah, but it's immoral. It's just dirty. You're just a dirty person. What you're doing is just unproductive. Like you're not doing any favors to society by this you're doing. To be honest, it's sad. It's sad to say, but not being addicted to your phone gets you an unfair advantage to others. Oh yeah, 100%. Being a monk, or like being in monk mode, and being in a dopamine detox is the cheat code for being a successful person. And I don't only mean financially successful, but also this type of successful. Do you also render your drawings? Sometimes. I mean, when I'm drawing, I'm mostly focused on not so much on adding detail. I mean, details are secondary, and if you want to add details, that's like the cherry on top once you know what you're doing. The good thing about your content is that people will stay for you and not slop. Yeah, that's honestly the best thing of being like having a personal brand and everything. I've been really trying to achieve that because when you're an influencer, when you are the person who is behind the screen, and people watch you and they think, oh yeah, that person who's behind the screen, that YouTuber, they can't really relate to you or see you as a person. And when you expose yourself to so many people like this, regardless of what you do, when you expose yourself to this and you play the influencer game of just putting on the mask and acting in a certain way, thinking this is the way people want you to act, that kind of fucks you up because you're faking it. It's like, okay, I'm pretending to be someone I'm not. I'm saying things or I'm not saying things that I know I should say because I believe people are going to not like me if I do that. Actually, I'm on dopamine detox again. I really need to do the things that matter. Yeah. When you focus on these little things like the dopamine detox and improving your mental health, these other things will also improve. Like when you focus on the smaller things, like okay, I'm going to improve um, my happiness and the way that um, I don't know, the way that uh, my social skills, everything that has to do with your mental health will also improve the rest of your habits. So even if you're an artist and you want to focus your improvement on art itself, it's really worth taking care of your mental health, especially when you're doing this shit that I'm doing, drawing for this long. It's really easy to neglect your mental health and some other habits. Favorite art YouTuber, artist? I don't really have an art YouTuber anymore. Like a favorite art YouTuber anymore. I don't follow any art YouTubers really. The only art YouTube that I watch are the long classes by Kim Jung Gi. But I don't really have any like favorite art YouTuber or anything. I think it's mostly just slop. Just bullshit. Nobody really. Do you like to color and shade your drawings? Yeah, every now and then I do that, but I mostly focus on the structure of it first. And once I'm confident knowing the structure of things, then I can decide whether I want to shade it or not. Okay, so what I got out of the video was basically study shapes in 3D perspective. I mean, if you haven't done that, yes, that's like the first stage that you should be worrying about. Perspective is what I'm currently learning. It's not as scary as I thought it would be once I have the guidelines and understand what I'm drawing. Yeah, perspective is not actually complicated at all. It just takes some time to truly internalize it and make it click inside of your brain. But perspective, or the way that you study perspective, at least the way that I did it, was just drawing a bunch of boxes, a bunch of boxes. Everything that has to do with boxes has to do with perspective and vice versa. So drawing a lot of boxes, a lot of vanishing points and different eye levels and everything. That's how you improve at perspective to the point where you can do that intuitively and you don't really have to think about it. Again, for me, that is the equivalent of learning the controllers in, I don't know, in Call of Duty. You're playing Call of Duty, but if you don't know the controllers, if you don't know how to move the joystick and actually move across the map, you're not going to be able to do anything. It takes a while to look, to know that if you're a complete beginner to understand the controllers, but once you know that, then you can focus on actually improving and doing the grind. Does that make sense? Yeah, it's like saying, I'm not gonna play the tutorial of this game because that's boring. And you spend years trying to figure out the game, but you kind of improve a little bit, but then you don't know how to improve as much as you can, and you're like, eh. Is learning anatomy like mandatory? Learning the anatomy, bro, listen, this is important. Once you learn perspective, that's literally all you need. Everything else will unlock for you magically. Now, is learning anatomy important? Learning anatomy is literally everything that's left to do at that point. You know perspective. Now, what do you want to draw? Do you want to draw a human? You gotta learn the anatomy of a human. Do you want to draw a car engine? Do you gotta know the anatomy of a car engine? Do you want to know how to draw a ship, a military ship, or like a cruise ship, whatever it is? You gotta know the anatomy first. Or, sorry, you gotta know the perspective, and then you gotta know the anatomy of that if you want to draw it properly. And that's the rest of the things that you gotta learn. You gotta learn the anatomy of everything else once you know perspective, and that's how you're able to draw everything from imagination. Darth Luigi catchphrase: just learn perspective. You know why? You know why I'm emphasizing so much, and stressing so much that you should learn perspective, because this is what slowed down my progress so much, and what I neglected the most personally. I spent years just messing around, not actually studying perspective because I thought it was boring. I thought it was unnecessary. And then I realized, okay, perspective is actually everything that there is. Like, there is nothing about drawing that is worth studying other than perspective. And then anatomy. That's it. Literally the only two things that make that compound drawing. There's literally nothing else. Only those two things. At first, when I started taking drawing seriously, I thought that I had to learn all the basic down, the anatomy, the color, the shading, the checklist. I mean, color and shading are painting fundamentals, which is different from drawing. But if you are focusing specifically on drawing, the only thing that you gotta know is perspective, literally nothing else. If I spend 100 hours practicing perspective, how many hours should I spend on anatomy? Here's the fun part. Here's the part that's gonna make you laugh a little bit. You never stop studying anatomy, ever. Because there will always be stuff that you haven't studied or seen before. So, perspective, all right? You know perspective, you're amazing at perspective, you studied perspective for an entire year, and you graduated as an artist. What do you do next? You studied you study what the human body looks like and how it works. Okay, now you're an expert at drawing the human body. Now what? You study drawing guns. Okay, you're an expert at guns. Now what? Boats, helicopters, car engines, vehicles, this, that, houses, electronics, until you can draw everything from imagination, basically. or at least that's my goal. Your goal may be to only do characters, and that's fine. Then you don't have to draw or worry about drawing anything else, really, if that's your goal. Perspective just takes a lot of time. I always do some boxes to warm up. Perspectives like changing how your brain thinks. Yeah, that's the thing. Perspective. This is so true. Perspective is not so much a drawing fundamental because people sell you perspective as something that you draw. Okay, practice perspective so your drawings look better. It's not only about your drawings, it's about the way that you see things, the way that you see the shapes, and the way that your brain kind of interprets the shapes and how you materialize them. It makes it easier for you to visualize things and create 3D shapes in general. I mean, makes sense. I think this also applies for other hobbies. We just keep scaling. Yeah, it's just overloading this. The thing is, I don't think, and again, I'm not special, but I just don't think anyone explains how to do this with when it comes to drawing. I haven't seen anyone explain it to you in like the way that I'm doing it here. You know, the easy way of progressing and actually seeing tangible progress. I don't see anyone teaching you how to do it this way because overloading it is as in theory is easy. It's just like going to the gym. You start lifting the empty barbell and then you start adding some more weight. That is easy, right? But how do you extrapolate that to drawing? That takes a little bit of knowledge, and that is something that I'm still learning, and I'm personally teaching you when I'm learning as well. What I did was give myself mini projects. In those projects, whether it was to draw a background in a fisheye perspective or whatever. I'll be back in a moment, by the way. I'm gonna go take a piss. Be right back. All right, I'm back. Um, so what I did was give myself mini projects, and those projects, whether it was to draw a background in fisheye perspective or something, I learned to do a combination of things from doing that project. Yeah, I mean, I don't like overcomplicating perspective. It's just drawing a bunch of boxes and make them because the point is that you are able to draw those boxes eventually without guidelines and you learn to adapt them intuitively. That's the main goal, personally. Oh, sorry for the noise, by the way. Hey, what's up? I'm not gonna try to pronounce your name, but hello. Mm. The Apple Pencil just died. Gonna charge it a little bit. Okay. I wanted to play some music again, but you know, the last live stream I was playing some lo-fi music on Spotify, but I literally got like more than 100 copyright claims, like on like from YouTube, and I don't know what that means, but I don't want to mess around with that, so I'm not play music anymore. Hey, Flip, what's up? I really hope I don't fall asleep again. I shouldn't fall asleep today. How's the 12th drawing thing going after a couple of days? Well, it's been. I have been drawing for, yeah, basically doing it for a few weeks now. Like, I have been only doing a few streams. I haven't been streaming every single drawing session. But this is day 9, I think. Yeah, day 9. So, pretty cool, yeah. Oh, Jesus. I'm just a little sleepy, which is weird because I slept for most of the day. For some reason, I'm still kind of tired. I could use some take a little nap, and it's been only 3 hours. Like I usually get sleepy after the fifth hour, or like the 7 hour mark or something. And it's like shit. There's still a lot of time left. Hi, your skulls look awesome. I'm studying them right now, but I'm really struggling with the construction. I can't seem to get the proportions 100% right, and everything is not right. It's really hard to. I mean, the human skulls is also something that you have to overload. You can't just right away start drawing it, especially if you don't know perspective. if you haven't fully practiced and mastered perspective, you better practice that first because it's gonna get real complicated, especially to draw organic forms and like a human skull from imagination, being able to rotate that. So, what do you actually draw during this time? Do you use to studies? No, I'm actually drawing from imagination. Actually, I'm gonna draw some engines because I was studying doing some engine practice the other day. I was practicing drawing car engines and motorcycle engines. So I'm like, yeah, I mean, it's already here. I'm not gonna forget it. Once I draw it once, it's easy for me to draw it another, like without looking at a reference. I'd recommend I would recommend How to Draw the Head from Any Angle from Kazumari. It's based on a simplified skull. I mean, the thing with these construction methods, whether it's the Loomis method or whatever random technique or construction, like sketching guidelines, whatever, it's going to be completely pointless if you don't know perspective. It's not going to click for you. You got to study perspective first. And I know I'm very annoying telling you all the time to study perspective and just repeating myself too much, but it is just what it takes. And I have no way of knowing if you have been actually doing perspective, practicing that properly. So it's better to be safe and me just telling you, hey, practice that a lot. You probably haven't practiced it enough. I actually don't want to draw this. I'm gonna keep drawing people. I'm gonna keep drawing bodies. I want to draw more human bodies. Yeah, he starts off with boxes. The thing again is that even if he tells you to start with boxes, it has to click intuitively for you. You have to actually practice the boxes for say an entire year after you're able to fully master perspective. Which yeah, it's probably not what you want to hear, but it is what it is. It takes some time. So then all tutorials are useless? Are you asking me? I mean, I don't mean tutorials, but more like the construction methods are not going to click for you. Like if you try to do the Lummis method or if you try to use guidelines, it's going to be for nothing if you don't know perspective, right? Once you know perspective, take those construction methods with a grain of salt and then actually from your own criteria and understanding of things do what feels better and right for you. Thanks, I practice it, but it's not quite this problem. I can draw circles, but it's not the same as in the reference. So I fear when I start drawing portraits, they will not be accurate. I mean, I honestly can't tell. I can guess it. I mean, I guess it's just a matter of look. You gotta take mental observations. I say this a lot. You gotta take mental observations on these things. Like if whenever I'm studying skulls, I'm thinking, okay, I know the nose is perfectly aligned with the cheekbone, and you know this like this line here, this part of the skull of the cranium that connects to the cheekbone that has kind of like this bridge looking shape is also like it creates this angle once it reaches like this part of the eye socket. For example, you know, you start taking these mental observations. If your brain is not creating this thoughts and taking these notes, then you're not learning or understanding the thing enough. You're just copying it. So how do you make sure you're not mindlessly copying and you're actually understanding the skull so you can draw it from any angle? You are taking these mental observations. So it's not so much guessing the proportions, is knowing them, understanding the proportions, not guessing them. Can you send the drawing? If you post it on, if you post the drawing on the Discord, I'll have a look. Mm, wait. Shit. Oh yeah, you have a studies and feedback channel. Yeah, you can just post it there. Let me know and I'll give it a look. He posted it. Wait, let me check. Did you post it? Okay, I think I see the issue here. Give me a minute. Uh, well, I posted, but in this channel, everyone is so good. I feel a bit ashamed. Oh, don't feel ashamed. The idea. I always tell my patrons that the people who are learning and want to improve their drawings. Hey, send me the ugly drawings. Send me your fuck ups. I want to see. I don't want to see the perfect drawing. I want to see how you fuck up and the mistakes that you make, so we can actually go over that. Wait, Discord just crashed. Give me 1 second. Okay, so proportion wise, so I'm looking at it right now, and in terms of proportions, I don't think it's bad. I mean it's very basic, but I don't think it's bad. So the advice that I would give you is not on proportions. The advice that I would give you in terms of your and I can't paste it here. I couldn't copy it from Discord, but whatever. I think the mistake that you're doing is that you care too much about your lines. You are prioritizing too much your lines and trying to make your lines look super perfect, and that is hurting the quality of your lines and it's making the overall line work look very stiff. Like, I mean, proportion wise, looks pretty good, I guess. Looks good enough that, I wouldn't really think that would be an issue. But when you have very stiff looking lines, that will really hurt the quality of the whole drawing, making it look very rigid. God, I'm actually kind of tired. My brain is not working properly. The previous drawing session was way more productive. I'm sorry, I'm boring the hell out of you guys. I drew from 3D model from Sketchfab. Yeah, I mean I think the best advice that I could give you in this specific case is to stop erasing your lines or stop control seeing your lines so much. Draw everything in just one without sketching or too much planning, just draw it. Make your line like don't worry about your lines looking ugly and shaky and wobbly. Just don't think too much about it. Is it a right way to memorize proportions and line length of a 3D object when I try to draw in 3D? I don't think I have the inherent understandings of perspective in 3D. Memorizing proportions and line length. I mean, you have to memorize the proportions, but you don't memorize the lines themselves or the outline of the thing that you're drawing or that you want to draw. You memorize the shapes and you connect them. Like you simplify things as just basic shapes, and then you start to calculate the proportions by taking these mental notes. Like okay, the eye socket or like the nose, for example, is like in the same height as the cheekbone that connects here with the ear, right? So it's like okay, the eyes will connect here to like the top of the ear, and also the nose that also connects, right? Like it's perfectly aligned to the cheekbone. Sorry, I'm pretty stupid right now. I'm just tired as hell. Look, it's getting the sun is rising as we speak, so I'm probably gonna go and get some sunlight before I fall asleep. Yeah, I mean, memorize the shapes and really try to understand them. Understand why they're there and how they really connect. So you will realize these things again, like, okay, the nose is aligned with the cheekbone there, making it easier. Yeah, man. I guess I'm just gonna practice drawing boobs. I've always struggled drawing boobs for some reason. It's like, bro, okay, I know they have their own 3D shape and physics and everything, and I know they follow the shape of the rib cage. But still, it's really fucking hard. Jesus Christ. You know what I like about drawing for this long periods of time is that it doesn't matter if I fuck up. Honestly, it doesn't matter if I make good art in the end or not. What matters is that I do it anyways. And that I continue pushing and being resilient. Repetition helps with memorization. Just gonna keep grinding. Yep. Yeah. But if you don't have too much understanding on perspective, you really want to study that first. You want to prioritize perspective over anything else. You know, I wish I could go outside and draw, like on the sunlight, which I can, but you guys won't be able to see it. If I had an internet connection, you probably would be able to see me, like to see my drawings while I'm outside. Are you really able to do it with intent and give it your all those 12 hours? Usually yes, like it depends honestly. Like the previous live stream was really productive and I was really drawing a lot, but at this point it's like okay, even if it's not perfect, even if I spend most of the time japping or something, it's still just commitment. It's about commitment and showing up, and that's what matters in the end. It's like okay, I don't want to be here but I'm doing it anyways. I'm showing up because I know that's going to add up. Those hours are going to add up. It's better than doing some other random bullshit. Wish I can understand perspective. I read about it multiple times, but it's only text info and I don't have an inherent image graphic understanding. Bro, stop complicating yourself. The best advice I can give you on perspective is to just stop complicating yourself. Stop making it so complicated. Perspective is really, really easy to learn. How did I learn perspective? I just drew a bunch of cubes in 3D space. Let me show you. Literally, the only thing that you have to do is this. You have to be able to draw this. This is a box in 3D space. You have to be able to draw this 1,000 times, 5,000 times. Once you draw this thousands of times, for an entire year, or I don't know how many. I don't know how long it's gonna take you, but if you practice this every day, it's gonna take you less than a year to master perspective. Just draw a bunch of boxes. Don't even complicate yourself so much. Just draw like So here's what I used to do. Right, I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna show you the way I used to practice perspective. Because the thing is that you will be doing boxes anyways. You will always be drawing boxes, so you might as well just you know. So here's how I did it. You draw the horizon line. You're gonna draw the horizon line, and you're gonna draw a vanishing point, which is just a little point here, a little dot on the eye level, right? The horizon line, and then from this point, it's like you can make a box converge towards this vanishing point like this. This is perspective. This is what perspective looks like. It's a little wonky, but it's fine. And then you keep on drawing and adding more boxes like this. And you can just keep on doing this as much as you want. Just keep on drawing those boxes. And you see how all these lines will just follow the vanishing point. You can also draw boxes over other art to see perspective. Yeah, I mean you can draw like the hitbox of, imagine you have a picture or another drawing or even your own drawings, and you draw a hitbox around it, kind of like this. You know how in video games you have a hitbox around like something. Ah, Jesus. Thanks, I haven't thought it takes a lot of time for even art chess like you. I thought I was not able to understand because I was retarded. No, it's really not that complicated. If you see my early drawings, after I decided to, okay, I'm gonna stop copying other people's art, and I'm actually gonna study perspective. It was really terrible. It was awful. Like the first studies that I did, and the first perspective attempt at practicing perspective, it was really awful. But it eventually got me to a better place. It just takes a little bit of time to learn perspective specifically. Drawing is hard, but no talent required. Just need to draw a lot. Yeah, that's right. You don't have to be talented. You don't have to have photographic memory. You don't need to have like a special ability like you were born with. You can be a bit of a retard, but if you are ambitious enough, you will make it. I am personally a fucking retard. I am an idiot. But I am an idiot with a lot of ambition, and this is why I'm able to pull this off. I just putting a lot of time into this. W retard. uh, yeah, man. Good luck with that. It's really fun. It's gonna click for you. And you know, it may take you less time than it took me. It took me at least probably a little bit less than a year to fully understand perspective intuitively. It may take you even less than it took me, or it may take you a little more. It's just an estimation, right? Which I think is fairly accurate. But the idea is that from that point, you then understand what you gotta do next. Trying to draw girls, but I'm making the shoulders too wide for a girl. And it's important to have fun. No need to be obsessed with getting good right away. Yeah, not right away, but you know, once you reach a certain point, it's like, okay, I want to actually grind this shit. You know, you start to understand your potential so much that you feel like you have no other alternative. Okay, after some time I realized it seems you're trying to develop some time of monk self-discipline technique with the 12-hour drawing. I mean, it's not that deep, honestly. It's just I just want to get good, and this is my way of also focusing and isolating my time. Because if I'm not drawing, what am I doing with my time? Playing video games, watching some bullshit Netflix show or something like the the new anime that got released on Netflix. I don't give a fuck. If I'm not drawing, I'm gonna waste time. So I might as well draw for most of the day, right? And if I'm gonna draw for most of the day, I might as well share it with you guys. We do be like the accountability police, yeah. Yeah, I'm actually doing this for accountability, yeah. Because I know I'm gonna get distracted if I don't share it. All right, let's see. You better draw. Thanks for streaming, man. Now I have someone to draw with. Oh yeah, man. That's also my objective, to keep other people accountable as well. If I can do that, not only myself but also other people. Yeah, I expect you guys to be drawing as well. What the fuck, like? It's the whole point of me doing this. I want you to be grinding as well. Or I want the type of person who watches my videos to also grind and do it alongside me. Okay, guys, I'll be back in a while. I'm going to get some sunlight. I'll be back in like 15, 20 minutes. So I'll see you then. I drew this. I drew this for the people who join. They see I'm gone for a while. I'll be back. I promise. Hello, guys. I'm back. Holy shit! I actually went away for so long this time. Jesus Christ. Somebody's asking 12-hour drawing stream. Are you even going to retain anything from such a long session practice? Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, sure. Jesus. 12 hours, you're stronger than me, soldier. Man, I have to take a lot of I have to be more organized for me to be doing this. It's really a little bit it's really difficult. Otherwise, I'm going to end up very tired because sleep deprivation. Like it's not even burnout really. It's just that I don't sleep enough. I'm not sleeping enough hours because I'm drawing all the time, and it's like I will end up. Is sleepy. In this 168 hours, have you learned every visible muscle? Um, that's a good question. Well, I haven't only studied like the human anatomy to be fair, but I mean pretty much yes. I studied a lot of like the actual anatomy of like the skeleton, the human skeleton, and the bones and the muscles and everything. I usually practice in 3 hour clumps once or twice a day, but I'm also working around an insane schedule, so I personally also get very distracted when I'm drawing, so I'm trying to make up for it as well. I'm going to pull up Medibang and draw for as long as I can during this stream alongside you because I need practice. Yeah, sure. I'll be here. I already Man, I already fell asleep for the longest time now, so I'm going to give my everything for the rest of this stream today. Yeah, like the adductor, pectorally, oblique, deltoid, where they connect, etc. Yeah, pretty much. I mean, it's just a matter of um, uh, uh, when you're learning the muscles in this case, you're not going to learn every muscle or to connect every muscle in the same degree, right? You first learn every muscle in like a simplified fashion as like a boxy shape, um, and it's something that you're going to learn kind of individually, and you're gonna be better at connecting some muscles than others. So part of like the practice is just um, part of like the practice is being able to have understand everything in the same level. So you're not better at drawing. Yeah, I know how to draw a shoulder, but I don't know how to draw the leg muscles. Right? I know how to connect the chest, but I don't know how to draw the legs. That's the idea of practicing this a lot. Ah, Jesus Christ, I'm so tired. Slept for so long, my brain is fried. Welcome back. Thanks. I went away for such a long time, Jesus. I thought I wasn't gonna be that tired because I already had slept a lot of like throughout the day. But I was wrong. I was very wrong. I miss you. Yeah, I also miss you guys. But I'm back. It's all right. It's all okay. Thought you went out for the milk. I'm gonna be honest. I didn't even go out. I said I was gonna go out, but I just fell asleep. So I lied to you guys. I am a liar. You know, it was really. I wouldn't be performing too well if I was, whenever I'm sleep deprived. It's just like it's not worth to draw like that because it's not again. It's not burnout. Um, I'm not burnt out because I need some sleep. It's just like I want to keep on drawing, but I'm just too tired. My brain is not gonna work properly, so I need to actually take some rest. Well, it's okay to take a nap. You know, when I'm doing this every single fucking stream, it's probably not okay anymore. I probably need to get my shit together. Well, that enough productivity for me. I'm gonna see you next time. And thank you for sticking around. It was really, uh, I mean, I'm surprised people like every single person has haven't left because I went for so long. But yeah, hope to see you guys around as well. It's really nice to see the same names every day. See the same people coming on stream, coming to the stream every day and drawing alongside me. I checked your channel out of curiosity and realized I watched one of your videos before watching the streams. Oh, really? That's really cool. You watch one of my painting videos? I guess the popular ones. It's the popular one. I personally don't like that video. I personally don't like that video, really. I mean, it has some value, but I it has some value. No pun intended. But I think I just don't like it too much. But I'm very flattered when I see, every now and then I would go on Instagram and I would find random reels of people who I don't follow and they're recommending that video to people. So that's really nice to see. Yeah, it's really YouTube works a little weird when it comes to live streams. I don't know. I still have no clue how they um, decide what streams to push to people and what streams are not going to perform as well. Shit, my Apple Pencil just died. I'm gonna charge it a little bit. So yeah, I pretty much started uploading more videos on drawing instead of painting too much. The channel used to be very focused on painting and very like a. I'm not saying the tutorials or the videos I made were bad. I think they're still genuinely really valuable, but I'm just more focused on drawing at the moment, so that's naturally what I'm showing you here nowadays. Just what I find more exciting and more challenging. So naturally, when I started making videos on drawing, I guess I separated my audience a little bit, or at least that's what I would assume. because drawing and painting are very different things, and they follow different fundamentals. It's like having having a YouTube channel on how to play the piano, and then you start making videos on how to play the guitar now. Who's your favorite artist? My favorite painter, I guess it always been Martinant, and honestly, I don't know if I can tell you anymore. Like Xiao Ming Wu, I think, and mm, I'm also liking. I don't know. It's been a while since I don't really follow too many artists anymore, to be honest. Like I used to consume a lot of painters and like different. I used to follow a lot of painters and everything. But nowadays it's just like the only thing that I consume or the other artists that I watch is just like I watched the Kim Jong Il classes on YouTube that are very long and unedited, and I feel like at least they provide some degree of actual value. I don't feel there's any other artist who does drawing who draws it as good as he does, or like a painter. I don't know. Again, it's just painting is hasn't been very exciting to me lately, so I haven't been consuming a lot of other people's art, and it's a little bit unfortunate. I guess I like seeing other people's work, but I have been focused on my own improvement personally, and since social media has been very poisoning lately, I have been just not doing that a lot. Yeah, both are music feel like it's pretty much the same thing, but I don't think the fundamentals overlap as much. The fundamentals are not the same really. You're gonna have a lot of maybe every now and then you'll have like, okay, yeah, the type of rendering and the highlights and the form of something, that the things you learn from painting are going to be a little useful when you're drawing and when you're rendering something a bit and adding some shading. But mostly you're not going to learn perspective just for the sake of drawing something, because you don't fully need it unless you're drawing from imagination. And at that point, if you are committed enough, sorry, if you want to paint from imagination, you gotta know perspective, right? And if you are too interested in actually understanding perspective and everything, you might as well just focus on drawing at that point, because I think it has a lot more freedom and it's more straightforward than painting. Anna Marinova amazes me. I don't know who that is. Let me look them up. Is that a painter? Is that a painter? Oh, wait, is that a painter or like a musician or something? That's weird. YouTube is not showing me any results, literally. Having a lot of fun painting these skulls. Human skulls are really fun to draw. So yeah, again, I still I think I have been a little bit conflicted when it comes to posting my drawings because I've been always posting my paintings on Instagram and everything, for example. But I don't know. I think it's a bit of a sudden change to just start posting drawings instead. I don't know. It's very stupid. I know, but I haven't been doing a lot of painting lately, so I haven't been posting on Instagram because of that. I think you should post both at the same time. Like I'm not very consistent at it, but I'm trying to post reels, like actual reels. Because even when I'm posting my paintings, I don't even do reels or none of that bullshit. It's just like, okay, I just post the images and like five people like the painting. But you know, if you want actual people, like more people to see your paintings and your art, you gotta upload reels and or have like a huge YouTube audience that you get to make them follow you on Instagram. Which is it's really weird because I have a somewhat like decent sized audience or subscriber base, and nobody follows me on Instagram. It's like I have uh, 15,000, I think around 15,000 subscribers on YouTube, and I have like 500 followers on Instagram. And I created the Instagram even earlier than the YouTube. So it is important to post reels, which is something I'm currently doing. Again, I'm just not very consistent at it because I don't enjoy it as much. I don't think they're very valuable, really. Yeah. I personally just hate posting on Instagram because it's just really cringe. And it's not about do you make good art at that point. It's about do you market yourself good enough? You know, it doesn't matter if you post slop content or memes and all this goofy shit. It doesn't matter if your art is good or bad as long as you are engaging and you spend an unholy amount of time engaging on the platform, which I don't like doing. And I don't like posting these stupid memes like I don't know when you're drawing and the canvas and you rotate the canvas and you're drawing on paper and you tap twice on the paper. I don't know. That's just cringe. It's just like, bro, I just want to post my art. I don't really give a fuck if people like it or not, or if people watch it. But I wouldn't hate more people actually, you know, looking at my art. But I don't want to have to do any dumb stuff like posting memes and just this weird slop that people post that is it's just annoying as hell to see on my feed. Yeah, and the artists also hate the algorithm too. And again, it's just like I would post videos of me painting or like very sped up time lapses, but it's still kind of annoying to do. I don't feel like the ROI is that high. But for the sake of my the actual business and converting more people and leading them to the YouTube channel and everything, I think I'm just going to be doing sped up posting sped up time lapses of the drawings of the live streams maybe whilst I talk over them. I do like a voiceover talking about some random stuff. I don't know. I guess there's only so much I can talk about in like a 60-second. Because as you may notice, I jap a lot, especially when I'm sleep deprived. I tend to jap a lot. I don't. I have to really focus on what I'm saying and I don't know. Having like a time a 60-second limit of yeah, give as much value as you can in 60 seconds. My video, like the last video I posted here on YouTube is like almost 40 minutes long. That's the type of videos that I like to make because it's the type of videos that I know are going to help people. But the people who are also on Instagram, if I'm able to convince them to watch the videos as well, that would be nice. Because also YouTube is kind of shit when it comes to recommending these type of videos too that are not super edited and high dopamine. Do you think watching streams helps you improve attention span? Nowadays, people, especially younger people, want the shortest videos, but I want to improve my attention span. Honestly, I don't know. I don't consume streams. I don't consume any streamers or YouTubers. I really don't know. Which is kind of weird. Like I started the live streams and I started getting into live streaming without knowing at all much about anything about live streaming or even like what's like the etiquette when it comes to live streaming or how to set up things and do things properly. So I don't think I'm the best person to be asked about that. But yeah, I mean, uh, I know for a fact that I'm helping fix my attention span because if I draw for this long periods of time without streaming and my own audience keeping me accountable, I know I'm gonna get very distracted and my attention is just gonna shift very often. When I want to make a piece, I don't know if I should first paint, then do line art, or first sketch and then line art. Color, then color or not. I mean, it really depends. Depends on the type of art style you're aiming for. I mean, if you like, I personally don't like sketching before painting, but I know that if I'm gonna draw in like some anime style, or if I'm going to be aiming for a specific type of style, I have to make a sketch beforehand. We gotta go. Have a nice day. Have a nice day, man. Thank you for being around. Do you always finish your pieces, or sometimes you just gave up if you don't like them anymore? Well, if I fuck up, I'm usually going to just erase it and do it again. Try drawing it again. Whenever I'm doing paintings, I would usually trust the process enough so I know, yeah, it's gonna look good because I trust my skill, and even if it doesn't, it's like whatever. I'm still going to keep it. But if I give up on something, it's because I'm like, nah, I don't feel patient enough to trust the process. Maybe because my attention span is fucked at the time. Sometimes I just have very shitty attention span, and that kind of messes with my patience to finish things. What's up, Jin? Is it me or the stream is lagging? Honestly, I don't know. Let me check. Because let me explain you how I'm recording my screen right now. Because I'm using an iPad to draw. I'm using Procreate, so I have to share my screen to my computer, and I have to record that through OBS. So there is a little bit of lag. Um, yeah, it seems to be like. Let me just restart it. There's gonna be a little bit of lag. It's honestly quite annoying. Which is weird because at first there wasn't a lot of lag when I had first set up the screen recording thing. Wait, give me a second. I'm just restarting the program. Still a little laggy, I think. It is less laggy. Seems to be a little bit less laggy. I hear your voice good, but the drawing is lagging a bit. Yeah, I mean that is not because of the stream. That's because of the thing I'm using to record my iPad screen. It's a little laggy, just a little bit, but that's not the internet or anything. Well, I think it is, but it's not has not nothing to do with the live stream. Do you draw on paper also? It's been a while since I draw on paper because it is easier for me to share, like to record my process when I'm using an iPad. Doing this that I'm currently doing on paper and recording this at the same time, like it's a little annoying. But yeah, I would use paper every now and then, like draw traditionally. It's not really that different. I want to draw from imagination, but I have trouble with poses, perspective, and folding in clothes. Folding clothes. I mean, those are just things that you will learn over time. You just have to want it bad enough and have the intention to actually study the things. You want to overload it. You don't want to make it so hard at first. That's why everyone tells you to draw the mannequin, for instance. So if you can't draw a face, draw a mannequin or like a human body. Just draw a mannequin instead. I don't have too much space. Were you sick yesterday? I didn't see you on stream. No, I didn't stream yesterday. I wasn't sick. I was just doing some other stuff. Like I'm still fixing my schedule here, and I'm still trying to get used to waking up super early. So I do mess up sometimes, and I am not able to turn on stream. Unfortunately, like being completely honest with you, it's just a lack of good like organization. But I still drew a bunch. Like even when you don't see me streaming, I'm still drawing. But yeah, again, the idea is that I do this every day. Hi James, what's up? Sorry if I'm not very talkative. I'm just locked in. I'm focused because when I jab too much, I forget to draw. So it's like Jesus. Can I sub? Yes, you can. Bro, I'm the one who's supposed to beg you to sub, to sub to my channel, not the other way around. I know how it is. As long as you keep consistent, that's all it really matters. It's hard for me to sleep because I'm constantly thinking of how to improve and think I'm not doing enough. That's true. Yeah. When you're so obsessed, like there is a quote that I like. It says, "It doesn't matter how slow you go as long as you don't stop." And you seem to be similar to me in the way that drawing is like the thing that we just obsess over. So I do wake up thinking about drawing. I draw thinking about how to improve a drawing. I before going to sleep, literally before going to sleep, I draw even after doing the 12-hour live stream. I'm still just trying to figure out some things and everything. And, I go to bed thinking about drawing. And then people kind of shit on you for drawing this much. And you're like, man, this is my life. This is what's like in my mind 24/7. How can I not draw all the time? I might as well commit to this. Right. What religion are you? Well, I personally, I'm personally not in any religions, but I do have a God. I do believe in God, and my God is Kim Jong Il. That's my God. I do think there is a God. So if you count that as a religion, then yes, that's my religion. All of which is videos on Peter Hans a million times. I don't know who Peter Hans is. Maybe I've seen him. I looked him up and then it's showing me like a politician. Ah, yeah, this guy's really good. Not the politician, the the artist. It is important to watch and to consume like the well consume people sounds a little weird, but you get the point. Consume content of people and artists who are the top of the top, like extremely great, because it is a way of brainwashing you into believing what's possible and achievable. There is another quote I like that goes, "Practice even what seems impossible." Oh man, you better not start spamming this shit on the chat. I don't want to have to hammer you with the. We're not. This is an art stream. This is not a religious streaming. He teaches the dynamic sketching and figure drawing. He draws from imagination like him. You can watch how they use the eyebrow and ears to determine the perspective. Yeah, the ears are kind of weird. I haven't really seen Kim Jong Il start with the ear. Like there are easy like the reason he starts with the eyebrows is because it's easier, honestly. Because it's like yeah, what establishes the perspective, the eye level and the yeah the angle and everything. And also starting with like the cap or the glasses or even the hair. Once you internalize perspective and you know you understand what you're drawing so much that it is really hard that you mess up the proportions, you can really start you can really start however you want. Right, they're always thinking 3D shapes. Yeah. It's not as hard as people think. Because you start with the mannequin, you start with the boxes, and it's not so hard to turn that box into something else because in the end it's following the same perspective guidelines. The guidelines for the guidelines for perspectives are for the perspective is already there, are already there. You have multiple guidelines, and the idea is that you use them so you don't mess up. And they're, even though they are kind of invisible, at the same time they're not invisible. They're not invisible. They're there. I just spat all over the screen. Keep doing that. Talking about glasses, I'm really shit at drawing glasses, but I find starting drawing a face, like drawing the glasses first and then drawing the rest of the face or the head is really cool. I'm already out of space here, but because if you think about it, the glasses serve the same purpose as the eyebrows, that at the same time they follow like the it's the same thing as the eye sockets. Like the eye sockets or like the bump on the eye socket is like same thing as drawing the eyebrow. It works for the same purpose. That's why I keep. That's why I think drawing what's around you a lot will help you draw thinking about perspective intuitively. I mean, I don't think it's really that deep. I used to think like I think people overcomplicate perspective. The actual way of being good at perspective is just drawing a bunch of boxes, literally. Draw a bunch of boxes for an entire year, and you will master perspective. Or you will be good enough that it's not going to be the constraint once you try to draw more complicated stuff. It's not going to be the constraint anymore. Kaboom and back. Hello, welcome. Welcome back, welcome back, Brutus. I'm also back because I fell asleep for like 3 hours. Jesus Christ. I can't keep doing that. That is really not not ideal. So it's like when you're drawing glasses, for example, it's just the shape that turns into like a little bit more complex, but in the end, it's the same as drawing a box if you know how to simplify it. That's too long. So just like that. Same, I was supposed to grab a package for my sis, and now it's so late because my sibling has decided to lay down and take a break. Bro, yeah. I was like, okay, there's no way on earth that I'm going to fall asleep, that I'm going to get sleepy today. Because I already slept. Like, yesterday, I spent most of the day fucking sleeping because my sleeping schedule was all messed up. Like, one day I'm going to sleep, I'm going to bed at 4 a.m., and the next day I'm waking up at 4 a.m. So one day I'm being super unhealthy, and the next day I'm being more healthy, more responsible. Well, I mean, of course, waking up early doesn't mean that you're being healthy, doesn't mean that you're sleeping enough still. But I'm just an idiot, honestly. The reason why I'm not being consistent enough is because I don't have the discipline to go to sleep early. Well, I'm not consistent enough with the streaming. Which again, I'm still drawing, but the idea is that I share that, of course. God, God damn. Yeah, I already drew the glasses. Because again, yeah, you already draw the glasses. Now you can draw, like, the perspective is already established. The eye level is already established. And so is, the vanishing point and everything. So if I want to draw a box that is over above the glasses, it's not gonna be hard because I already have the guidelines there. I'm still tired. I'm not sleepy anymore, but I'm just tired. I don't want to do anything. I really just want to lay in bed and doom scroll for a while. Of course, I'm not doing that. But Jesus Christ, I really don't want to do that. Like, I want to go outside and get some sunlight because when I was napping, I actually wanted to go out a little bit and see the sunrise, but I ended up just falling asleep. Let me look up some references because glasses are a little bit they can get a little bit annoying to draw. Not because of the glasses themselves, but because of I just spat all over my screen again. Not because of the structure of the glasses themselves. It's not very complicated, but it's about maybe the proportions. Like someone who's wearing glasses. Like depending on the glasses, the glasses are going to just be bigger or smaller and fit differently. Oh Jesus! It was already dark outside when I woke up. Oh man. Yeah, that's what happened yesterday. I I went to like I fell asleep at 6 p.m. and I woke up at 10 and I couldn't go back to sleep. I couldn't fall back to sleep. So I was just like, okay, fuck it. I'm gonna go about my day at 10 p.m. I would usually, wake up at 3 a.m. But I was like, okay, 10 a.m. whatever, like 10 p.m. Imagine. So I was like, okay, I'm gonna start streaming as soon as I can. By the way, I really hate Pinterest. I'm using Pinterest right now, and I really fucking hate it for so many reasons. But since they started using AI for everything, it's just completely ruined. Everything is just fucked. A year ago, over a year ago, actually, they deactivated my account because I saved some pins that eventually got removed, that they got reported. So they also, like, my account got affected. How stupid is that? You save a picture that's on the website that's not even suggested or anything, and you are the one that gets fucked if you save it. Not the person who created, but you, the person who saved it. Why? I don't know. But it's ridiculous because, of course, you save completely normal looking photos and the thing gets reported, so your account gets a warning. And I got so many fucking warnings because of that that my account got deactivated. I feel like I sent a bunch of emails to these guys, to Pinterest, saying that, requesting that they manually review my account. And guess what? They eventually did it. And so, after an entire fucking year, they finally sent me an email. Hey, we finally reviewed your account. And it is, in fact, permanently banned. So it was deactivated, and now permanently they permanently banned my account because they confirmed that I was doing some sketchy activities there. I was acting very badly by saving those pictures. And of course, not to mention the AI slop that, like 80% of Pinterest is now AI photos. You can turn them off, but guess what? Even if you turn them off, they're still showing. Now it's not 80%, now it's 50%. Whoa, amazing. That's ridiculous. Instead of actually banning the pro, yeah, instead of actually fixing their fucking platform, because you know what pisses me off, that they they will ban you because you saved like a picture that eventually got taken down and like reported. And you may think, okay, at least the platform is safe, right? At least the platform is not does not have any suggestive content or anything. Bro, Pinterest is filled with borderline like softcore porn at this point. It's not hard at all to go from like a completely normal picture to finding like actual barely naked people and suggestive photos. It is ridiculous, and it is kind of it is very annoying actually. And then they ban you if you save any of those pictures. Like not even the suggestive ones, but the normal ones for some reason. Oh, this girl is showing a little bit of shoulder. Oh my god, watch out. You don't want to save that. What a wicked individual you are for saving what they allow on their site. Yeah. It's just stupid. I never created a new Pinterest account because fuck you. I'm not supporting this shit anymore. Well, actually, yeah, I had to create a new account. Unfortunately, I eventually caved in because that was the only way that I could remotely turn off the AI generated bullshit. If I don't have the account, I can't disable it. I can't turn it off, which is so scummy. Jesus Christ, that you need to create an account in order to curate your feed like this. Anyway, let's see. Yeah, because some of the I'm looking at glasses, like people wearing glasses, to see things like okay, where do the nose kind of the nose kind of fits here, kind of ends here, like here, or is it more like here, more like below the frame of the glasses? And the eyebrows are also the eyebrows start like here or more like here. Like those are the things that you want to know whenever you're drawing these things, whenever you're studying. These are like the proportion things. Okay, usually the eyebrows are over like the frame of the glasses. They're like above. You can actually see them clearly, and the nose will end right under the frame here. So if you're gonna start with the eyebrows, you know that the glasses somewhat follow the shape of the eye sockets. It would be something like this. And then if the eyebrows are here, there's gonna be this plane here is gonna sink in a little bit, and then it's gonna go like this. And then from this point, since you know where the eyebrows are, you're not gonna draw the eyes here because it would be too far apart from the eyebrows. So you're gonna draw them more like here, even if they kind of are too close to the frame, you will still be able to see them from this perspective. It is actually pretty bad. The other day I was looking at some sci-fi robotic stuff for like a reference, and unsurprisingly, most of it was just AI slop. So I ended up turning off the AI generation thing. The filters where you have even a bunch of like specific things. Like, okay, what do you want to see AI like on? Like, do you want to see AI about people, or AI generated photos of people, or AI generated photos of fashion or fitness? And I uncheck all of those boxes. I disable all of it. No, I don't want to see AI anywhere. I just want to see actual people and actual like human made things. And even though I had everything deactivated, it was still showing me AI generated slop. And it was proudly showing the fucking tag that it was AI generated, even though I had it disabled. It was like, bro, what the fuck is this? Why are you? Why is your platform so horribly made? Because not even the videos that are obviously AI generated, they don't even have the AI tags to tell you, yeah, this is AI generated, which is obvious, but they don't even have it. So even if you have it turned off, they're still going to show up. It's not ideal. It's not ideal. Let's see. You know, this is actually funny. I also have kind of issues drawing hats or like caps. I struggle a bit, even though the structure of it is so simple. It's literally the simplest thing ever, but I struggle with it for some reason. Let me try to. I just spat all over my screen again. Jesus. I lied. I'm actually an expert at drawing caps. I just lied to appear humble. No, I'm just kidding. I actually used to give me a lot of headaches. So that's what's basically this is what perspective will unlock for you. It's actually crazy because the people who refuse to learn perspective, just like I did, this is what they don't realize. That perspective is not necessarily, it's not only about foreshortening and vanishing points and all this boring crap. It's about being able to attach things. So I can because I know perspective, I can attach these glasses onto this face, or the other way around. Because I know perspective, I can attach this face to these glasses, and I can attach a backpack to this person, or I can attach this hat. Just a matter of seeing things as attaching. I don't have a lot of space here. Yeah, I'm sorry if it's too laggy, guys. I'm gonna try to restart it again, see if it gets any better. I almost closed OBS, Jesus Christ. I almost fuck up the live stream. I'm stupid. Okay, I'm back with this thing. Let me try to. Okay, wait. Here? No. Here. Alright, good. There is also. There is also a lot of fetish content on Pinterest. Yeah, that's annoying as shit. You get a lot of uh bro, you even have like sexualized you know, pictures of minors for some reason. Pinterest allows that shit. They perfectly allow you, like they allow those pictures on their platform, but they don't allow you to save anything. Hi, I'm new here. I've seen your other live streams, and I was wondering if your wrist or shoulder even hurt because of posture, or from drawing so long, or maybe not because you go and exercise. No, I don't have the worst posture, honestly. Right now, I'm like my back is straight. It's not hunched. I try to avoid having the shrimp posture, and even if I do have bad posture the rest of the day, I'm always having good posture and taking care of my back. My wrist, no, my wrist doesn't really like. I don't press so hard on the tablet. I think most people press super hard on the tablet most of the time, and that creates a lot of tension in your wrist. I don't do that. I press very lightly. I'm wiping my screen right now. Give me a second. My pen just died again. Fuck. My Apple Pencil just died once again. Talking about the Apple Pencil and like the question of my wrist hurting because of drawing a lot. My wrist actually like it doesn't hurt. The only thing that kind of hurts a little bit is my middle finger because the pen is resting on my middle finger and it's uh, putting a lot of pressure onto it, which is eventually going to create like a little like a blister or something, which I don't like it, but that's like the that is in some way like a trophy. I see it as a trophy. It's just like, hey, here's your badge for being such an art devoted person. What's up, Chuck? Chuck Art. God, sorry if there's a lot of noise. It's a bit annoying. Oh, great. Fuck, it's not working again. So yeah, I have a blister on my middle finger basically. Even though I don't press super hard, I couldn't imagine someone who actually presses super hard. You can. Oh, Jesus, sorry for the fan. You can disable AI on Pinterest. You can disable AI on Pinterest, it's just very shitty. It barely does anything, but it's kind of something, I guess. But yes, you can. You gotta go to like the settings and disable it manually. But at least it's like, bro, they are aware that AI is completely ruining their fucking platform. And it is affecting their user base enough that they have to put on the fucking option there, the setting, to change it. So even they know that AI is fucking garbage, but it makes them money, so they don't care. As long as they make money and they can lay off like people and only rely on AI for everything, then it's fine for them, I guess. Bro, I went to check the profile of a guy I thought made cool stuff on Pinterest just to read AI artists on his bio. He has over 300,000 followers, by the way. Whoa, that's crazy. Like AI is being used. Like AI is getting so good at this point that you can successfully just scam people out of it. Whether it's just by catfishing or art, you can just fake anything at this point, and the average person will probably believe you if the AI is fairly convincing, which is getting to that point, unfortunately. So I'm surprised they put AI artists on the first place. Fucking AI artists. Oh my god, Jesus, that is outrageous. It wouldn't be surprising at all if all of those 300,000 followers were just bots. That wouldn't be a shocker. Hi, New Myth. What's up? Is it a good idea to start posting drawings online on social media and start commissions? It's a good idea if I don't know how good I am. I'm probably the worst person to be asked this question because I'm gonna tell you to not do commissions on the first place. At least these are my values, right? I don't like doing commissions, so I'm not going to encourage that. But if you really want to make commissions, and that's like, yeah, I want to make commissions, then you can do it. Go ahead and do it, even if you don't know how good you are. There are going to be people who are going to buy from you. Think about this. There are people who are very, no offense to those people who are very shit at drawing, but they still make a lot of money out of making commissions. So if those people can, so can you. Saying, oh, my art is not good enough, it's just a limited belief because there are people who draw like shit who make very decent money out of it. What about posting? Yeah, of course. Why wouldn't you post your drawings? And how would people see your drawings if you don't post them? I don't understand the question too much. Your art resembles Kim Jong Il quite a lot. Thank you. Um, I really like his style. So naturally, like that's basically only like the only actual artist that I follow nowadays, and naturally his workflow kind of sipped into my own process. So I'll take it as a compliment. They added ads into streams. There has been always been ads. There has always been ads on everything. YouTube videos, Twitch live streams, and everything. I don't understand why people buy commissions. Honestly, what do they ask for? Me neither, honestly. I'm probably not the best person to even do commissions in the first place because I'm not the type of person who would buy commission. Like that's probably not even the best. Wouldn't make too much sense anyways because I think most artists wouldn't buy commissions. But I don't see myself or I don't understand why people would buy a commission. So it's like, man, why are you paying for this? I wouldn't feel comfortable even doing it because I wouldn't feel like it would be even worth it. Because again, I don't feel like the drawings are particularly are something particularly worth paying for in the first place. But I understand it anyways. I mean, people will pay for that. People will, you'd be surprised the amount of people who pay for this and have a lot of disposable income. But there are some people who, instead of paying for drawings, will pay for education, and that's the idea. The reason why I don't do commissions is because I want people to buy education from me, not the actual drawings. So I prefer teaching people how to draw and the stuff that I learn. Yeah, I really like your work. Thank you, man. Hey, quick question. Any tips for someone who finds it easy to do studies but hard to do personal work and illustrations? I feel as it turns out bad in studies. I mean, I personally don't know. I can never relate to this problem because I truly enjoy doing studies, and I do studies of things that I like doing. Like I don't know specifically what type of art you make, if you're talking about painting or drawing, but when it comes to drawing, for example, I study whatever I feel like studying, whatever I want. Really, I'm usually not gonna force myself to do something. Like it depends. Sometimes I will, but I'm mostly going to. Let's say I like drawing people, which I do. I like drawing humans, and I'm trying to get better at it. So what I'm gonna do is practice a bunch of human skulls and a lot of bodies and everything. So I enjoy doing that because it's fulfilling my goal. And when it comes to painting, I'm painting stuff that I like. I'm not gonna paint something that I don't like because the point is to learn to do the stuff that you like, isn't it? Also, I have a question about studying, how to do it. Are we still are we talking about drawing or painting? Because look, I feel like people don't have a very clear understanding on what they're trying what they're aiming for, what their focus is when it comes to art. Do you want to prioritize drawing or do you want to prioritize painting? Well, in this case, if you're trying to prioritize drawing, how do you do studies? I mean, that is actually, it would take me forever to explain you properly the steps. if you really want to learn, if you really want the long answer, I made a 35 long YouTube video that you can watch. I posted it like a few days ago, and I think is that's the most valuable video I've made so far about drawing and studying things, how to study things. I meant more about fundamentals. Yeah, I talk about that because when it comes to drawing, the only fundamental that you really need to learn is perspective. Literally, the only fundamental. Like people like to say that, oh yeah, studying all of the fundamentals, like they're trying to catch all of the Pokemons. Bro, it's only perspective, and after learning perspective, after you're good at perspective, then you can learn anatomy. Like structure, composition, anatomy, color, line, and other. Okay, I'm gonna break that down for you. Structure, we can say it's part of learning perspective, learning the structure. Oh no, never mind. It's not so much about perspective, but more about the anatomy of something. So look, when you're learning anatomy of something, let's say you're trying to draw a human skull. Part of learning the anatomy is learning the structure of it, right? So that's just part of it. One thing, you can never be good enough in perspective. Honestly, yes. The thing you can never be good enough is at memorizing the anatomy of everything. But you can definitely be good enough at perspective. And that's going to take you about a year of practice. If you draw every day, that's going to take you about a year. But yeah, you can definitely be good enough, I promise. You reach a point where it's like, oh, okay, perspective now makes sense, and I understand it intuitively. So now it's not the constraint of my art being bad. Now, I only want you to see the fundamentals as just okay, learning perspective and then learning anatomy, right? Because if you try to learn anatomy before learning perspective, you're gonna fuck it up. It's not gonna. It's not. You're not gonna make any sense out of it. Like you're not gonna fully understand it, and you're gonna feel like it's pointless because perspective is what's going to unlock anatomy for you.